Good evening, everyone, and welcome to the public board meeting of the Halton District School Board. The date today is February the 1st, 2023. Tonight, we have trustees both in person and online, as well as staff. We are using Crestron system for both voting and speaking, so I'm please reminding all trustees to log in. Some other friendly reminders, please be cognizant of the speaking order and wait for the chair or the vice chair to recognize you in both private and public sessions. Once recognized, remember to direct all questions through whichever one recognizes you. I am also asking that we be mindful of our commitment to fulfilling the business of the board in a respectful manner. So I will start with roll call for this evening. Trustee Ahmed. Trustee Amos, I think, will be joining us shortly. We'll give her a moment. Trustee Baxter.
I'm here.
Trustee Collard.
Here.
Trustee Daniele.
Thank you, I'm here.
Trustee Diodati.
Present.
Trustee Gray.
Here, thank you.
Trustee Oliver.
Good evening.
Vice Chair Rocha.
Here.
And Trustee Zhang.
Good evening.
Thank you very much. Director Ennis, can you let me know what staff are here this evening?
Thank you, Chair Shuttleworth, and good evening, trustees and everyone. We have a full complement of staff here to support the meeting this evening. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Trustee Zhang, would you like to make a motion to move into private session tonight?
Yes, please.
Thank you. And Trustee Oliver, would you like to second that motion?
I second.
Thank you very much. Is there any debate? Are there any objections to moving into private session this evening? Seeing none, we are now in private session. Thank you, Kevin. Vice Chair Rocha, when you're ready, the floor is yours. Good evening, everyone, and welcome to the public meeting of the Halton District School Board. The date is February the 1st, 2023. I would like to welcome our guests joining us this evening. Thank you, everyone, for coming. It's so wonderful to see so many people in the gallery. Before we begin, I would quickly like to remind you all that the conversations and respectful debates that we have here are hallmarks of our board. For those at the table, please be mindful of your tone, your language, and your timekeeping. For those in our gallery, welcome you this evening. Please know the Halton District School Board is committed to providing a safe, secure, and respectful environment for all. Words and actions that make others feel threatened or demeaned will not be tolerated, and decisive action will be taken to ensure the safety and comfort for everyone. Although most of us are here tonight, we are able to be flexible in allowing those who are unable to be with us in person join online. To that point, we did roll call previous to private, and I would like to take a moment to acknowledge that all 11 trustees are here, 9 here, and Trustee Diodati and Collard are online. And I would also like to take a moment to acknowledge that our 2 student trustees, Trustee Ruggiero and Trustee Wang, Trustee Ruggiero is not here. Trustee Wang has joined us this evening. Good evening. Director Ennis, can I check who's here today?
Thank you, Chair Shuttleworth. Good evening, everyone. Good evening to families and staff and trustees. We have a full complement of staff here to support the meeting this evening, and we're happy to see you.
Thank you very much. And tonight, Trustee Gray will be honoring the land.
Thank you so much. Halton, as we know it today, is rich in history and modern traditions of many First Nations and the Métis. From the Anishinaabe to the Attawandaran and to Haudenosaunee and the Métis, these lands surrounding the Great Lakes are steeped in Indigenous history. As we gather today on these treaty lands, we have the responsibility to honor and respect the 4 directions: land, waters, plants, animals, ancestors who walked before us, and all of the wonderful elements of creation that exist. We would like to acknowledge and thank the Mississaugas of the Credit First Nation for sharing their traditional territory with us.
Thank you very much, Trustee Gray. Also, the first meeting of each month has been designated by the Halton District School Board to formally acknowledge the history and heritage months identified by the Government of Ontario. The purpose of doing this is to celebrate diversity and to commemorate history, and to recognize and pay tribute to the contributions that people have made and continue to make to the economic, political, social, and cultural fabric of Ontario society. February is Black History Month, and this year's theme is Ours to Tell. This theme represents both an opportunity to engage in open dialogue and a commitment to learning more about the stories Black communities in Canada have to tell about their histories, successes, sacrifices, and triumphs. Next, we are up to the agenda. Trustee Gray, would you like to make a motion to move or approve the agenda?
Yes, I would. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And Trustee Diodati, would you like to second that motion?
Yes, I would. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Are there any objections to approving the agenda? Seeing none, the agenda is approved by unanimous consent. In relation to our agenda this evening, are there any declarations of possible conflict of interest? And again, seeing none, we will now move on to item 2.0, which are delegations and presentations to the board. And we will start with item 2.1, which are the Inspire Awards. And I'm going to pass this over tonight to Trustee Gray and Trustee Ahmed, the co-chairs of the Inspire Committee, and they will take a lead in presenting the awards this evening. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. An Inspire Award is given to an individual or group that is formally or informally associated with the Halton District School Board and who support our students and their achievements through exemplary caring, initiative, innovation, and creativity. Tonight, we are honoring 14 recipients, and 4 of the recipients, we believe, are in attendance tonight. And they will receive their award here as presented by trustees, and the other 10 will receive their Inspire Award at their respective school. Before each presentation, I will name the recipient and the name of the trustee presenting and or reading the award passage. Our first recipient is Tracy Kelly. Trustee Shuttleworth.
Thank you very much. I am honored to present the award to Tracy Kelly both tonight and on Monday at Pauline Johnson. Tracy Kelly is an educational assistant at Pauline Johnson Public School. Tracy has had an incredible impact on the lives of her students, always going above and beyond to ensure that they are comfortable and cared for. She is lovely to be around, and she is there to support her students through difficult situations. Tracy ensures that she communicates directly with parents and guardians, providing them with a sense of comfort and ease. When asked what he would like to get, Tracy asks as a thank you. Her student said that she deserves a big award. Thank you, Tracy, for doing all that you do, and I look forward to presenting this to you on Monday.
Now to Trustee Daniele.
Thank you so much. It is my honor and pleasure to tell you about Natalie Lyell, who is receiving the Inspire Award virtually tonight, and I will see her at her school at Sam Sherritt Public School. Natalie is a senior administrative assistant at Sam Sherritt Public School. She has truly had a great impact on students, staff, and families with her positivity, kindness, and willingness to help. In only 3 months at Sam Sherritt, she knows the students and staff members by name and goes out of her way to make connections with others. Natalie has revived the school snack program, and she always makes students feel comfortable and safe to come in anytime for a healthy snack. Natalie is truly an inspiring person, and she is so deserving of this award. Congratulations, Natalie, and thank you for all that you do.
Thank you so much. And now to Trustee Baxter.
Thank you. I'm honored this evening to announce that an award will be given to Hubert Mewson, who is an elementary teacher at Abbey Lane Public School. I will be presenting the award to him at his school soon. Just a little bit about Hubert. He is a teacher, as I said, at Abbey Lane. His students say that he is one of the best teachers they've ever had. He is funny, kind, and he always participates in Spirit Days, from Halloween and Crazy Hat Day to Pink Shirt Day and Orange Shirt Day. Hubert is a fantastic teacher, and he is supportive of all his students. He makes every activity fun, and he helps the students succeed. The Abbey Lane community is better off thanks to Hubert, and thank you to Hubert from all of us.
Thank you. And now to Trustee Collard.
I was not prepared to speak this evening.
Okay, thank you so much. Trustee Collard, I will present on behalf of you. This award is going to Caitlin O'Donovan Bentham at Alexander's Public School. Caitlin is a student at Alexander's Public School. She is hardworking, and her desire to help others is so inspiring. As soon as Caitlin finishes her schoolwork, she helps her fellow classmates to ensure they understand. Caitlin does a great job of promoting inclusivity and belonging. She is involved in the Gay Straight Alliance fundraiser, and she has played important roles in the Alexander's Terry Fox and Remembrance Day assemblies. Every day, Caitlin makes a difference in the lives of her peers, and her school community thanks her. Congratulations, Caitlin. And now, just checking, is award recipient Brianna Phillip here tonight? Yes, would you please come forward? Thank you. And could I have Trustee Ahmed please come forward? If you would please stand on the letter I over there. And the letter T for Mr. Ahmed. Welcome, Brianna. Thank you. Brianna Phillip, or Coach Bray, is the graduation coach for Black students at Craig Kilberger Secondary School. Bray joined the school community this year, and she has already made a profound difference. Her approach is first and foremost kind. Bray has become a valued member of the Craig Kilberger team in providing insight, suggestions, and support for Black students. Her lived experience provides a layer of knowledge and understanding that challenges thinking and builds accountability. Bray leans into courageous conversations, never shies away from important dialogue, and truly engages in providing a different perspective. She teaches with a focus on empathy, never accusing and always teaching so that we might do better for our students. At Craig Kilberger and across the HDSB, we have been charged with the responsibility to do better by the Black students in our community. Bray has been and will continue to be a big part of actioning that goal and doing it in a way that empowers other staff to do it with intentionality and integrity. Congratulations, Brianna. And if there's anyone in the audience that would like to come forward and take a photo, please come forward. Thank you. And now over to Trustee Amos.
Thank you. It is my honor to be presenting this award at MUNS to Nancy Lord, who is the principal there. Nancy displays a great sense of protection and concern for the welfare of a student in the school at risk of potential fatal adrenal crisis. Her initiative resulted in a life-saving event shortly after her exemplary actions. Nancy energized the school community by seeking out additional guidance and expertise, and she engaged school and board leadership to secure immediate care for this student. Nancy is an inspiration to us all, and we are also grateful for her attention and care for her students. Congratulations, Nancy.
Thank you so much. I'd now like to call on Alejandro Medina Shaken to come forward, please, and join Trustee Xin Yi Yang out here in the middle of our board area. Alejandro is a crossing guard for the Paul A. Fisher Public School community. Every morning and every afternoon, Alejandro greets students and families with smiles, laughs, jokes, and high fives as he ensures their safety and waves to passing motorists. He leaves a smile on the face of every person he encounters. We are privileged to have Alejandro as part of our HDSB community, and he is so deserving of this recognition tonight. Thank you. And now to Vice Chair Rocha.
All right. Yes, I'm excited to present this award in person later this month to Lauren Day. Lauren Day is a teacher at Joshua Creek Public School. Lauren is an incredibly valuable member of the Joshua Creek community, taking a leadership role in a number of ways. She always has a positive attitude, helps support students with anxiety, and she takes time to really listen to her students. Lauren's students describe her as creative and fun, always spreading joy and cheer in her classroom. She helps to run the choir and school musicals, and she takes time to learn about her students' personal styles to give them the best feedback possible. Lauren is beloved by her students, and she is an inspiration to the entire school community. Thank you, Lauren.
Trustee Amos.
Thank you. It's my honor to be presenting the Inspire Award to the Odainawi School Lunchroom Supervisor Team, and it'll be presented at Odainawi Public School. This team includes Ram Fez, Nuzat Imran, Ujala Imran, Rana Misbah, Nabila Nadine, and Leisha Ratnalingham. Odainawi's Lunchroom Supervisor Team consistently demonstrates reliability, dedication, and professionalism in their role. They are positive role models for students, facilitate problem solving among students, and guide them with a growth mindset. They have a significant presence in the school and have built many positive relationships with staff. Highly valued while leading with kindness at Odainawi, the Lunchroom Supervisor Team is very much appreciated. Congratulations, and thank you for inspiring us all.
Thank you very much. Trustee Rocha.
Kathy Landy, she'll be getting her award in person later this month at New Central Public School. Kathy Landy is a passionate and knowledgeable volunteer at New Central Public School with a great sense of humor. While most of her amazing efforts are spent in the library, Kathy's work can be seen throughout the school. She works tirelessly on the front door display case to display books, artifacts, and information about a variety of holidays, celebrations, days of significance, and important events. Her library displays provoke discussion, questions, and thinking in the school. From her time living in Ethiopia, England, and South Africa, to her late grandfather who fought in World War II, Kathy makes each lesson come alive with her personal touches. Thank you, Kathy.
Thank you. Trustee Daniele.
Thank you very much. I will be presenting this award later in the month at Sam Sherritt Public School, but for now, it is my absolute honor and privilege to tell you about Liam Wilson. Liam Wilson is a 7-year-old student at Sam Sherritt Public School who has cystic fibrosis. Liam and his mother, Deanna, have done so much work in our community and at school to support the Sick Kids Foundation. Some of these events include creating 2023 calendars with all the proceeds going to sick kids and Christmas stockings for more than 200 children who are currently in the hospital over the holidays. His efforts were featured on City News in December. Liam and his mom are always giving of themselves and working with the community to help sick kids and other children in any way they can. With a smile on his face, Liam makes teachers and students' lives better. There is no one more deserving, and I'm delighted to see Liam and his mom recognized for their amazing work. Liam and Deanna, thank you so much and congratulations.
Thank you, Trustee Daniele. Would you also have the next award presentation?
Thank you very much. Again, this award will be presented later in the month at Craig Gilberger School. Craig Gilberger is not my school. My thanks to Trustee Ahmad, who is allowing me to present this award, to Claire Sadgrove, because she is someone that I have seen grow up, and I'm very pleased to see this award presented to her. Claire Sadgrove is a student at Craig Gilberger Secondary School. Claire always takes the opportunity to help a peer, often seen helping students with work when they're confused or struggling, such as helping students with the passé composé, breaking down the information in such a way that is understandable, and sharing resources to practice questions and quizzes. Claire is never shy to raise her hand and to initiate class conversations, inspiring others to participate. Because of Claire, classes are welcoming spaces with lively discussions with varied opinions. Claire, I look forward to seeing you later, and congratulations.
Thank you, Trustee Daniele. And now I invite to the front one of our award recipients, Sumaya Zalmay. And joining her will be our trustee, Naveed Ahmed. Sumaya is a student at Craig Gilberger Secondary School. She started an organization in 2021 called Youth Planet, which mainly focuses on newcomers in the GTA. In just 2 years, she received more than $50,000 worth of donations to assist refugees through her organization. Having helped many ESL students in her school, Sumaya received the Youth Changemaker Award from the town of Milton. She organized many events for newcomers and has received a lot of media coverage, including the CBC, because of it. Congratulations on receiving this honor award tonight, this Inspire Award. And also joining us tonight is Mary Grigoropoulos, and I'll ask Trustee Amos to join us with Mary at the front. Oops. Mary Grigoropoulos is a teacher at Odenawi Public School. Mary goes above and beyond to support students and lead them to success. She accesses all of the resources she can to support students and families facing barriers and hardships. Mary has even provided support out of her own pocket to assist. A truly caring educator, Mary always goes the extra mile to make the difference in the lives of students. Passionate about equity and inclusion, she brings that knowledge into the classroom. She is an equity lead at Odinawi and seeks opportunities to bring positive change to the school and to staff learning. Mary is an asset to her school and a true inspiration to Halton. Congratulations, Mary. Thank you very much, and congratulations to all of the Inspire Award recipients for your outstanding support of students in the Halton District School Board, supporting and promoting their achievement and well-being. For everyone in attendance or watching, please submit nominations for the Inspire Award by using the nomination form found on the hdsb.ca website. Everyone in the Halton District School Board community can nominate or be nominated. Families, neighbors, related organizations, staff, students, and or volunteers. The Board of Trustees thank you all for participating in the award celebrations tonight. Congratulations to everyone in attendance and to all those watching tonight.
Yes, and again, a further congratulations. It is so inspiring to see you all here and be able to share in the excitement and wonderful celebrations that we're able to have because of your support of the Halton District School Board. So thank you so much, everyone. If you'd like to, I know how exciting this board meeting is going to be tonight. You are welcome to stay, but you are also welcome to leave if you would like to. But thank you so much for joining us tonight.
And I think communications is looking to take a picture of all of the recipients outside. Thank you.
That's not fair to Cindy. Are you ready to go? You ready? Okay, that brings us up to item 2.2, which is our student trustee report. Trustee Wang, you're on your own. Do you have a report for us this evening?
I do.
Awesome. Please go ahead. Thank you.
Good evening, staff, trustees, and students. Trustee Rogero and I hope you have all been doing well since we last spoke in early January. A lot has happened since then, from our first student senate meeting, launch of the student trustee elections, along with Ethan and I powering through exam season. And we look forward to updating you all on the progress so far. Unfortunately, Trustee Rogero was unable to join me for this report due to personal commitments, but he wanted to send his regards to everyone in attendance today. So first, Trustee Rogero and I notably hosted the first in-person student senate meeting in over 2 years. Yay! The Student Senate has been virtual since 2020, and it was quite a surreal experience to be able to experience that and see everyone in person for the first time. And as mentioned in the last report, the meeting was held at the HDSB Welcome Center in Milton, which was an excellent space to support the more than 100 students who attended the meeting. And senators sat together depending on their region and began to form bonds quickly with the help of our regional directors who led icebreakers during the meeting. Senators engaged in a wide variety of conversations, from discussing the Student Senate Constitution to the Student Spotlight opportunity, but most importantly, the HDSB Student Trustee elections. From a student trustee Kahoot to a student trustee election presentation, Trustee Rogero and I presented a wide variety of materials to inform all senators of the upcoming election season. And we would like to thank Chair Shuttleworth, who spoke about the theme for this meeting, role of a trustee, and spirit of the student trustee elections. Senators were able to gain an insight into the role of an adult trustee and learn more about the responsibilities of the board, along with participating in the Kahoot that she made. So thank you so much for that. As we enter this month, it also marks the start to the search for the student trustees for the next school year, and Trustee Rogero and I met with IT Officer Gregory Caburn, and Services Manager Heather Francie, Trustee Oliver, Ms. Botello, and Mrs. Jarvis to discuss the timeline for this year's elections. In terms of the election timeline, 2 emails have been sent out. One email was sent to eligible HCSB students currently enrolled in grade 10 and 11 on January 27th, and another email sent to school principals on January 26th regarding the elections. And in the email, we discussed the role of a student trustee, and we also discussed an invitation to the virtual candidates meeting that Trustee Rogera and I hosted just 2 days ago, yesterday. I'm losing sense of time. But additionally, we have also shared this news on our Senate and HCSB Instagrams, as well as on our Student Senate Google Classrooms last Friday, and also notified Communication and Engagement Services Manager Heather Francie, Data Administration and Information Technology Supervisor Derek Berganza, and Media Production and Information Senior Officer Kevin Raposo about the timelines we created. On Monday, we sent out another reminder on social media about the elections, and on Tuesday, we had our virtual information meeting, so it was indeed yesterday, with all of our interested candidates. Today marks the start for when the candidates' forms can be distributed by secondary principals, and until February 8th, all interested candidates are welcome to submit their candidacy to the director's office. February 6th also commences when candidates can begin campaigning, so look out on social media, given that they have submitted their forms, and then February 15th marks the deadlines for all of their campaign, or February 13th, I believe, marks the deadline for all of their campaign requirements. This year, the candidate speeches will be posted individually and will be vetted by staff advisors and shared with IT before February 22nd. On February 16th, Trustee Rogera and I will be sending a message to all HCSB students to check out the candidate posters that will be posted on our Senate website. And on Friday, February 17th, an invitation to all candidates will be sent for the election day. By Monday, February 21st, the candidates video page will be ready to go, and February 22nd, all grades 7 to 12 students will have access to videos and voting instructions, as well as the code that they need to vote. Candidates will have until 7:30 a.m. on Thursday, February 23rd to campaign until online voting begins at 8 a.m. and ends at 5:30 p.m. And then a virtual elections results meeting will be held at 6 p.m. with all the candidates. And on February 23rd, a written press release will be sent out. If there is to be a tie, a runoff election will be held on February 24th between the tied candidates. Trustee Rogera and I are really excited to share that around 36 students expressed interest in running for student trustee this year. That is quite a bit. And last night we had our candidates meeting and with those students, and we shared key info and timelines that they need to keep in mind. As well, we went over campaign guidelines and requirements, and we received a lot of questions, and it was really wonderful to see how eager everyone was and how much interest there is in this role. We are also opening up our next Senate meeting to interested candidates who want to come and watch. All they need to do is email Trustee Rogera and I. We recognize that the Senate is a really unfamiliar environment for many candidates, so we want to help everyone better understand the role of the Senate and how trustees lead those meetings and manage those tasks. Finally, our next Senate meeting will be on Tuesday, February 7th, with our meeting focusing on the upcoming student trustee elections, as well as the Halton Youth Leadership Symposium, which is an event that Senate plans annually for elementary leaders. This meeting will be held virtually because we are inviting candidates to observe the meeting so that they can see the role of a student trustee in action and become familiar with Student Senate, which is a core part of the role that they're running for. And so, as always, trustees and senior staff are welcome to join us as well. That concludes our student trustee report for tonight. We have lots on the go and are happy to take any questions from trustees.
Thank you so much. Do any of the trustees have questions for our student trustee this evening? Well, thank you so much, Trustee Wang. I really enjoyed being able to be a part of your first in-person Student Senate meeting the other week. It was a lot of fun. Lots of good questions from the trustees that were in the room, so I really appreciate the invitation. Thank you very much for your report this evening. All right, that brings us up to item 2.3, which is delegations, of which we have none, which makes me so excited because that brings us up to item 2.4 for our one and only presentation. Our innovation education team, which is Sarah Nickerick, Tracy Terry, and Rebecca McRae. Welcome, and we are super excited to see you. Sorry, you need to use a microphone, please, so that people online can hear you. Thank you so much.
Tech issues, thank you. Hello, trustees, Director Ennis, senior admin, and honored guests. Thank you so much for having us back again. We're so happy to be joining you and to share, and we're excited to share some of the wonderful and shifty things we've been up to this year so far, and what we have coming up as well. My name is Rebecca McCrae.
I'm Tracy Terry.
And I'm Sarah Nicarag.
And we are the HDSB Shift team. In true Shift fashion, we are going to kick things off here with a bit of play with a turbo round of Caption This. So Sarah and Tracy are coming around with a Post-it for each of you, and we're going to show you an image and give you about 30 seconds to record your caption on your Post-it note. So how would you caption this image? But I need Sarah's help for this part. In the interest of time, we're just going to give you about 30 seconds to record your caption, and we'll come back and share them at the end.
For those at home, you can play along as well. It's always so exciting to see what people come up with. Okay, this is going to be fun. We're going to come back to that at the end and share some of the captions. But when last we met, things were a little bit different. And it's so nice to be able to get together in real life, or IRL, as the kids say. And so thank you so much for having us. In our last meetings, we were dreaming about what school could be and envisioning forward. And this year, we've been turning some of those dreams into reality and creating new ones. So we're pretty excited. So while we've always based our work on innovation and big thinking, this year we actually articulated our purpose with a clear mission statement. And so our mission statement for the Shift is that we support big thinking, risk-taking, and edge-stretching in all facets of education by collaborating with teams and individuals who are doing and or want to do innovative things. And for sort of efficiency's sake, we also turned SHIFT into an acronym that summarizes this mission statement. So that SHIFT stands for Supporting Halton and Beyond in Innovating the Future of Teaching. Thanks. So in order to achieve that, just as before, we knew that we would have to start by building connection. And if you remember our flight path from the last time we were here with you virtually, it looked something like this. We had a nice flight path. And at that time, we also started with connection because we know that none of this other work is possible unless we have connection. So we needed to sort of build our know, like, and trust factor first before we dived into the work part.
We've been sending daily shift emails system-wide. So each day has a different theme: invitations, feel-good messages, sharing of tools and resources, opportunities for collaboration, all with the main purpose of connecting with the other humans within our board. We continue to spotlight the humans of HDSB, not only to connect with them,
but also to connect them with each other, sort of an interconnection of humans. Again, this project is based on the Humans of New York, if you're familiar with that project, to share human stories. Things like our shift shops that we'll talk about a little bit more in depth, our Make Writing workshop series, release days, open space, classroom visits, and social media posts are helping us connect and reconnect to the humans in Halton and beyond. And we're happy to share that our efforts are having the desired effect. We get encouraging responses every day from people who enjoy our daily messages and find our content valuable and inspiring. We also hear many similar sentiments echoed when we visit people in real life.
We love collaborating. We like to position ourselves as co-learners, which we feel is what collaboration is all about. Each of our daily emails ends with an invitation to collaborate with us, and we get significant uptake on that from both the elementary and the secondary panels. At the beginning of the year, we were connected with the fabulous Rachel Irwin and her co-op students with Nature's Near, an HDSB outdoor and environmental education initiative. We connected and collaborated around a coyotes education project that Rachel wanted to make more innovating and engaging. Since then, we've worked with educators, school administrators, and students to support innovation of classroom space design, library spaces, instructional models and practices, approaches to fostering collaboration amongst their learners. We also love bringing educators together to collaborate with each other as they build connection and capacity. Here is some of the feedback we have gotten and continue to get from our collaborators.
Another of our favorite things to do is to celebrate. One of my mentors says that celebration is a party thrown in the name of gratitude, and I just love that. And we are so grateful for the humans that we get to work with, the experiences we get to have, the change we get to incite, and the ripple effect that our work generates throughout the system. And we love celebrating. Plus, celebration is really good for your physical and mental wellness. And so we love surprising people and showing our appreciation with our shift shout out cards and our shift swag. And we actually often get requests from admin and other leaders in the board who request our cards so that they can send them out themselves to their staff. We've gamified our weekly invitations to play, that we call them, which go out every Monday, so that participants earn a badge for every challenge that they take on. And then we celebrate them at the end of the week on our Friday emails. And we also celebrate them as they share the ways that they would innovate those tools, which also helps build capacity. Our Humans of HDSB supports the celebration of staff in our board from all departments, faculties, and realms. And humans who consent, a surprisingly large number of people decline from being celebrated, unfortunately, but the ones who consent to it, we love to celebrate, and it helps to support making connections as well throughout the board. We publish these on our website and on Twitter as well to really celebrate them publicly. And then possibly due to our connection making, we are often invited to celebrate other successes and accomplishments. People like to share their wins and exciting things that they're doing with us so that we can push out their celebration as well. And we set the tone early on to celebrate failure too, not just to acknowledge it, but actually celebrate it, because we know that it is an integral part of learning, and we really want to make it something to celebrate rather than something to hide or be fearful of.
Of course, making connections, collaborating, and celebrating all culminates into capacity building, which is our main objective. We've been building capacity at the school level, system level, team level, and with individual educators, as well as directly with students across the board. We've supported everything from robotics to design and integrative thinking, self-identity, outdoor learning, cross-curricular integration, visual arts, critical thinking, problem solving, and more. As part of our weekly invitations to play, we collect ideas for innovation for each of the tools and resources, which stimulates and stretches thinking outside the box. And again, the feedback that we're receiving from people is overwhelmingly positive.
So as we look forward to our short and long-term goals and projects for the remainder of this year and beyond, our shift shops, we have shift shops, and we host them at what we call the shift shop, which is our home base. They help to support and bring people together to build connection, collaboration with us and the people who come, and also between the participants, and capacity through the focus of what that shift shop topic is. Also through the Modern Classroom Project, which is a flexibly paced framework for learning. And then also for the staff who come, they then spread that capacity out to their home schools when they go back. We've been in contact with I Think. We really support the I Think challenge kits throughout our board, and we've been in talks with them to focus on their next classroom challenge kit, which focuses on rebuilding community. So we've been working with them around what our role could be in supporting that initiative in Halton and getting the teams together who are interested in embarking on that challenge. We've reached out to the educator training program at OISE to collaborate on some training for their pre-service educators. This is a relationship that we established in 2020, and we're excited to reconnect with them and do some really cool things with the pre-service teachers. And now that more and more people are kind of getting to know us because we've been making those connections and getting our stuff out there and what we do, we're focused on really widening our reach beyond the sort of our regulars, beyond the already shift enthusiasts. And really, we want to get to all corners of the system and therefore ultimately every student. And we're currently preparing some exciting opportunities for school leaders to share with their staff and teams that will impact every subject area and every grade level. So we're pretty excited.
So back to our caption this, if you remember a few moments ago. I am wondering though, does someone have a pink sticky note? Okay, so we had some really good ones, and you guys are wonderful and very kind in your caption this. So here's what a few of them are. Hey, what are you up to? I like the side view. Photobomb. And oh yeah, I see what you mean. So thank you for participating in our Caption This game. Thank you so much for having us back again. We're so happy to be able to share with you, and we look forward to coming back and sharing the impact that we've made by then as well. So thank you and have a lovely evening.
So before you go,
Yes.
I'd just like to check if any trustees have any questions for our shift team. Trustee Daniele.
Thank you very much. You mentioned that your shift shops take place at your home base. Do you mind if I ask where your home base is?
Yes, we are housed at Rattlesnake Public School in Milton. Yeah, it's a really nice building.
Thank you. Great presentation.
Yeah,
Great
thank
work
you.
again. Thank you.
Thank you. Trustee Gray.
Yes, thank you. Could you describe to me what might be contained in a I Think challenge kit? You could just give me an example if a person had one of those.
Yes.
Sure. So having recently come out of the classroom as an intermediate teacher, I've done several challenge kits with I Think. And so they do a really fantastic job of connecting schools with real world organizations. So just as an example, one of the challenge kits that we did in the past was with the SPCA, and SPCA was looking at incorporating a new program that they hadn't started yet. And so, for example, that challenge kit involved our students working directly with the SPCA to generate and create that program from the ground up.
Well, that's great. Thank you very much.
Seeing no more speakers, I just wanted to say, oh, sorry, Trustee Oliver, I didn't see you there.
Thank you. Through you, Chair, to our presenters. Thank you very much for your presentation. If you recall, last term, Trustee Shuttleworth, myself, and two retired trustees spearheaded the Reimagine Forward committee. And I'm wondering, now that you've relabeled yourselves into supporting Halton and beyond in innovating the future of teaching, I see a really nice alignment with our initiative of Reimagine Forward. And so I'm just putting it out there for you, but I'm hoping that you can keep thinking about that, because I think there's some interest in revisiting that initiative this term, and that there will be some connections that we can make and keep, reimagining and visioning together to hopefully come up with something really good and interesting for Halton and beyond. Thank you.
Thank you.
I'll give it a pause this time. So seeing no other questions, I just wanted to say thank you and also let you know that I was at Gary Allen. I thought I was with Director Ennis, but I wasn't. And I was able to participate in one of the near nature activities. They were doing this bird game, and they had a bird. I can't remember what it was, a purple bird. It was so neat. And I said, that's my favorite bird. And I've never seen one of them. Like, I've never seen it. And they were saying how that's always the bird they always go out and look for when they're on their bird hunt. So it was really interesting. So thank you so much for coming. We really appreciated your presentation. And I always appreciate all the work that you're doing within our board. So thank you so much.
Thank you.
Director Ennis was with me. All right, thank you so much again. Okay, trustees, we are now up to items under section 3, our consent agenda. And we have for approval item 3.1.1, which is the Halton District School Board special board meeting minutes from January the 25th, 2023, as well as the receipt of information items, including item 3.2.1, the order paper, item 3.2.2, the board report schedule, report number 23015, and item 3.2.3, policy and government procedures review schedule, report number 23016. So I'm going to put the motion on the floor. Be it resolved, the Halton District School Board approve the consent agenda and receive the information items for February the 1st, 2023. Trustee Daniele, would you like to make a motion to deal with the consent agenda?
Yes, I would, and I would also like to pull a piece out of it.
All right, thank you. And Trustee Collard, would you like to second that?
Yes, I would, but I also want to pull a report.
Okay, thank you. So that's my next question. Are there any items that would like to be pulled for discussion? Trustee Daniele?
Thank you very much. I would like to look to the order paper to motion M22-0187. Be resolved that trustees participate in communications professional development as outlined in report 22152. This work will be facilitated by Navigator Limited by the end of February 2023 at a cost not to exceed $15,000 plus HST and will be funded by the trustee prior term reserve account. I have pulled this motion as I am the current chair of the professional development committee, and I can speak to the fact that we have Robert's Rules training coming up on February 16th. We have DPR training on March 8th. I have heard, and we were trying to get this done. I know that Jean Carlo's undergone a great deal of stress trying to pull this together for the end of February and find availability on trustees' schedules. That is becoming significantly more difficult. So I would like to, with my colleagues' permission, amend this motion so that instead of by the end of February 2023, it is by the end of April 2023. And I'd like to make that motion, please.
All right, thank you. Do we have a seconder for that motion? Trustee Amos. All right, is there any discussion on this motion?
I'll take myself off the list.
Trustee Oliver, is that previous? I think so. Yeah, so sorry, Trustee Collard.
Thank you. Yes, I actually was going to make a motion to rescind instead of extending the date. And the reason for that being that when we originally went in search of getting some help from Navigator, we had not yet done a survey of trustees for what they wanted in terms of professional development. And the request for Navigator was very specific, as well as being not is a very expensive provider, and because it is over $10,000, we are supposed to be requesting proposals. If it's under $10,000, then we're allowed to spend without having a request for proposals go out. So really, this motion shouldn't have gone forward because we only had the one quote. So I would like to make a motion to rescind, but I realize we have a motion on the floor, so I'm not in favor of the motion on the floor, and I believe we need to have more discussion about what communication PD looks like before we go forward. Thanks.
All right, thank you. Trustee Amos.
Thank you. I fully support this motion. I believe that we need the training as trustees. It's been available to staff to help them guide them through different events. And I believe that we need the same type of training so that we're on a level playing field. We also, I believe that the survey that went out did not mention this training. So if it had been mentioned, I would have put my X beside it, but because it wasn't mentioned and I assumed that we were already moving forward for it, why would we have picked it? So I think that the survey really bears no basis because it was not an option for us to pick. So anyways, I do support this motion for the end of April. Thank you for bringing it forward.
If I may respond to that, thank you. As chair of the Professional Development Committee who sent out that survey, it was not listed on that survey, nor was Robert Rules or DPR, because those had already been arranged. So that's why that did not go out to trustees, because at the time that this passed, there was significant interest in it. So I saw it as something the trustees did really want. And so I was looking for trustee PD beyond that. So sorry about that, Trustee Amos. That's on me.
Thank you. Vice Chair Rocha.
Trustee Collard mentioned that when something costs in addition of $10,000 that we need to follow procedure and request proposals. Can someone else confirm that that is true?
Through the chair, I'm going to ask Superintendent Nagar to speak to that.
Thank you. And for the chair to Vice Chair Rocha, when we deal with the subject matter expert, we do have the ability to just do some requests outside of the BPS directive. So it does not have to be. So for 10,000 or more, we do 1 to 3 quotes, but not necessarily when we're looking at specific advice or specific expertise. So there are some exceptions.
May I follow up? So who would determine if this company is the expert on this subject matter, or are we free to perhaps look at other vendors to see what they would come in at?
So in particular for this vendor, we worked with procurement and between Superintendent Potruberek and our manager of procurement have done an assessment and review. I don't have the details because I wasn't part of that. If we're looking at something new where trustees wanted to look at reviewing certain firms, then I would say we take it with procurement and go through that process. The only thing I am not sure is how far along we are in signing a contract for something that was already predetermined. So that I will have to take back.
Yeah, so that was going to be my question. Sorry. Trustee Collard, I'll let you go first.
You're a first-time speaker. Go ahead.
Okay, so I was just wondering, actually, I don't know if you'll know the answer to this, Superintendent Ngoy, but I'm wondering how far along we are in the process. So I know no training has started for trustees as of yet. I'm wondering what the pots of money, so I know that the trustee training is coming from the trustee reserve account. So that would be separate training to what staff are doing. So what I'm wondering, because we haven't started yet, are we tied into any agreements as of yet? And I don't know if you know the answer.
Through the chair, I'm going to ask Manager Francie if she could just give us an update on
that. To the chair, we have proposed some dates for this trustee training and have some held with the consultant. So we will be checking just to see how far along we are in that process, and we'll get back to you.
So then we have not confirmed this training as of yet. So if there are other options, they are at this point in time, we are free to look at other options as well?
That's what we'll be confirming.
Okay, thank you very much. Trustee Collard.
Yes, thank you. I'm sorry, I'm chewing. It's my son's birthday today. Can you come back to me? I would actually like to hear from the author of the motion as well as the mover of the motion, their thoughts regarding whether or not this ought to be looked at again.
So I am the author of this motion in consultation with Superintendent Podjaberic. This, as you said, was a discussion back in November or December. I think it was when I think we were in a different position than we are now. But I'll pass it over to Trustee Oliver because I think you were the one that moved this motion.
I moved it to put it on the floor for discussion. Yeah, thank you.
So Trustee Collard, is there anything further you'd like from that?
Well, I was just wondering if the mover of the motion and the author of the motion are amenable to it being rescinded, because putting forward more dates,
No,
if we're not even
talking
sure,
about amending the date, we're not talking about rescinding.
I know that we are, but if we're talking about moving it to a future date, we should hear from the author of the motion and the mover of the motion to see what their thoughts are on this motion.
So currently we have a motion on the floor to amend the date. So that's all the motion is right now. If it fails, we'll go to the next motion, but we can go to that motion even if it passes. You can still vote to rescind. So why don't we deal with the motion that's on the floor right now, and then once we have dealt with that motion, we will move on to the next topic. Does that sound okay? Perfect. Trustee Amos.
Thank you. Generally, when you reach out to a company and you start trying to establish dates, you've made a commitment that you're going to do training with them. It's because of us that we haven't actually had the dates confirmed yet, because we haven't committed to a date yet. So I have a real concern that we've actually sort of committed to this and we're trying to rescind it when we, just because of changing the dates that we want to potentially rescind, I think we've already made a commitment, and I think we're trying to move forward on it.
Thank you, Trustee Amos. Trustee Daniele.
Thank you. I'd like to call the question on this. It's a date change. It either passes or it doesn't. And one way or the other, then we can move on to Trustee Collard's motion. To me, that seems the most expedient. So I'd like to call the question, please.
Okay, so the question has now been called.
May I share the motion
Yes, you may. So General Manager Carrillo is going to put the motion up on the screen so that we are able to read it as well as hear it. And I am going to see. So the motion is to be it resolved that we amend the motion M22-0187 by striking February of 2023 and that it be replaced with April of 2023. If everybody can please cast their votes. Thank you. Trustee Ahmed, have you pressed submit? So thank you very much. It passed, but not unanimously. I don't know where it went to, but that was 10 in favor, 1 against. Trustee Collard voted against. So Trustee Collard, did you want to discuss anything further?
Yeah, I want to discuss the idea of rescinding this motion. When it was brought on December the 7th, we were in a different place. We had not brought forward other motions that have since been brought forward and passed. And I believe that we had a brand new board that was going to move forward on training without really having had a discussion about what kind of communications training we really needed, and without seeking out any other possible crisis communications that might be available. I would like to rescind this motion so that we can actually discuss as a group what kind of communications training we think would be best, and explore the options that are out there instead of just going with a firm because that's the firm that staff went with. Staff might not have the same needs as trustees. And I think we have known since September, when we started using this firm, that quite often the communications that have come forward have not been the way that trustees would have communicated. So that's my concern.
Thank you, Trustee Collard. Trustee Gray.
Thank you, through the chair. I just wanted to ask Trustee Daniele, with this communication firm, if we were to do some work with the trustees to determine what their needs are, is this communication firm able to be flexed and address the needs that we might express to them to be covered? And also, would you have any idea on what the time frame of workshops may be? Is it one workshop or many workshops? Do we have any knowledge of that?
My understanding is that it was originally proposed as a full day of learning. When we had difficulty finding that time before the end of February, was what came forward, and there were people indicating that they would like it broken down into 2 workshops. I'm just looking back at the motion that Trustee Oliver made and I seconded to participate as outlined in Report 22152. I will say, as the chair of the Professional Development Committee, we had already gone ahead and arranged the Roberts Rules training and the DPR training, and in my opinion, I saw this very similar to that. If that is not how the other trustees see it, I certainly do understand that. But we had talked about, I believe in the report, talking about having training that was around public image and public messaging and things like that, and Navigator was brought forward, as I recall. call. Have I answered your question?
Yes, thank you.
Thank you. Trustee Collard, can I suggest,
Yes?
rather than I'm just wondering, so we right now are waiting on Manager Francie's communication with the provider, because I think in pulling this motion, if we're already in, I think that puts us in sort of financial, gives concern. So I'm wondering, yes, instead of revoking the motion, we look at waiting to find out what Manager Francie finds out and then go forward following that.
I'm all right with that, but our next board meeting isn't for 2 more weeks, and we might be further down the road in 2 weeks. And that's a concern as well, because as of today, we might not have been down the road far enough that we're tied in. 2 weeks from now, we might be tied in. So it becomes more problematic the longer we go. I understand the concern. I'm just trying to figure a way out. I'm trying to figure out a way of getting the trustees the training they actually need, instead of assuming that we'll get what we need just because the board used the same firm. And the cost for me is prohibitively high. We are not in the same position that we were in at the beginning of December.
Can I ask Superintendent Ngoy to speak to that, please? Thank you.
Thank you for the chair. My only concern is that if we sign a contract and we have a legal obligation and financial obligation, if we haven't, 2 weeks isn't going to put us into that obligation. So we're just going to follow up on that, and trustees could make a decision after that. If I find before the meeting, I will send an email to the chair, of course. I just don't know at this point in time if there is a legally binding agreement or it was still something to be determined. So we won't be signing an agreement if one hasn't already been signed.
Wonderful. Thank you so much, Trustee Ngoy.
Then yes, I'm satisfied and will withdraw my motion.
Okay, thank you. Trustee Gray?
I think we have to vote to withdraw.
I don't know that it was seconded yet, Trustee Collard, so I think we're okay.
Okay,
Trustee Gray,
fine.
You're good? Thank you so much for the discussion. Are there any other items that need to be pulled from the agenda this evening? Vice Chair Rocha.
Well, yes, there is. I had my, actually, that's why I had my name on the list.
Sorry.
I would like to pull the board report schedule.
Okay, thank you.
And the reason for that is there are a number of policies, and I've had a conversation with Manager Carrillo about this earlier today, a number of policies that are past their due date, and I just wanted to give Manager Carrillo an opportunity to explain what's going on with that and the process for bringing them forward.
Thank you, Manager Carrillo. Would you like to speak to this? Thank you very much.
Yes, thank you, Trustee Collard, through the chair, and to all trustees. You'll see in, I believe Trustee Collard is referring to the policy and governance procedure review schedule rather than the board report. So report 23016 in your board packages. There are a couple of policies that are highlighted as overdue. For example, there's Special Education Advisory Committee policy. Some of these policies have no material changes. So they're marked as overdue because they have yet to be brought to the board, noting that there are no changes. So the process we discussed is that when policies have no material changes, that they'll be brought to the board with a motion to adopt them as unchanged so that we can update the review schedule and note them as having been looked at and with a new future date for review. As the chair of the Governance Document Review Committee, Trustee Collard had also we had discussed receiving those policies so that before they are brought to the board, there's an opportunity for that committee to notify all trustees that the policy is coming forward with no revisions. That way, if there is any feedback from trustees, that it can be received and flagged that way, at which point those policies may be then looked at in depth at a committee of the whole before being brought to the board. So some of these policies that are marked as overdue actually have no material changes and will be brought back to the board soon. Thank you.
Thank you for giving that update, Manager Carrillo.
Thank you, Vice Chair Rocha.
This question is more for Trustee Collard as the chair of the Governance Document Review Committee. I believe last year when the bylaws were reviewed, there was, so that the bylaw would be reviewed on a 4-year cycle, there was a recommendation that future policies that were currently, well, not future, but the policies that were currently in the review cycle for 3 years, we could consider looking at changing them to a 4-year cycle, in which case there would be a lot less overdue items on this report. Is that something that the Governance Document Review Standing Committee will make a motion to do, or?
Yeah, we have a number of things in the queue. Right now we're working on the code of conduct. There's still terms of reference and other standing committee changes to be looked at by each of the standing committees and brought to board. And then perhaps a look at that section of the committees and appointments governance procedure itself. After that, we will be looking at the framework policy framework, so that we can make the amendments to make it a 4-year cycle so that the same term of trustees is not reviewing the same document twice in the same term, which would match what we've done with the bylaw. Does that help?
I'll have a follow-up, if I may.
Yep.
So the follow-up would be, instead of waiting for the standing committee to get through all the work that's on their plate, could a motion be made to perhaps amend the current review dates, the ones that are currently overdue, change them to a 4-year cycle?
That's a change to the policy, and so we would have to wait 2 weeks. I can write a motion to that effect, but it'll take, tonight can serve as notice of motion, but it would still take 2 weeks to get it done because it's a change to the policy. So yeah, it's easy to do. It'll just take a little bit of time.
Okay.
Unless we choose to suspend the rules.
I'll defer that to you, Trustee Collard, seeing as you're the chair.
I'm fine with that. In fact, if you want, we can make the motion to do that tonight, and have it done. That way the review schedule will be more practical and a little bit less arduous, especially for staff who are busy.
Okay, thank you, Trustee Collard.
Okay, so is there any further discussion on the consent agenda? See none. Are there any objections then to approving the consent agenda? Again, seeing none, the consent agenda is approved by unanimous consent. Thank you so much. We are now up to item 4.0, ratification or action items for this evening. First off, we've got ratification of business transacted in private session. Vice Chair Rocha, do we have any business from private session this evening that requires approval?
Yes, we do.
Oh, thank you. Go ahead.
Okay, we have one item for approval this evening, and that is, be it resolved that the Halton District School Board approve matters from private session respecting property matters.
Thank you very much. And Trustee Ahmed, would you like to second that motion?
I second the motion.
Thank you very much. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, if you can please cast your votes, and Manager Carrillo is going to try to put it up on Google as well. Thank you very much, and that passes unanimously. All right, that brings us up to action items for February the 1st of 2023. And once again, we have the SEAC membership report number 23017. Superintendent Bogue, would you like to speak to this at all before I put the motion on the floor?
Yes, thanks, Chair Shuttleworth. Through you two to trustees, I apologize for bringing a second membership report on the heels of the one last meeting. This request to join SEAC was made just after the package was pulled together for the last SEAC meeting. Community Living North Halton was a member of SEAC a number of years ago, and it's great to have additional representation from North Halton. So I'm certainly in support of them joining us, and I'd be happy to answer any questions if there are any.
All right, thank you very much, Superintendent Bogue. So I'm going to read the motion. Be it resolved that the Halton District School Board approve the association Community Living North Halton as a member of the Halton District School Board Special Education Advisory Committee. Be it resolved that the Halton District School Board approve the recommended appointment of Evelyn Bursey as SEAC representative. Trustee Oliver, would you like to make that motion?
Make that motion.
Thank you. And Trustee Baxter, would you like to second that?
Yes, I would.
Thank you very much. Is there any debate? All right. Seeing none. Oh, Trustee Gray, I'm sorry.
Yes, thank you through the chair to David Bogue. Could you please just let us remind us again of how many community representatives we now have on SEAC?
Thank you for that question through the chair to Trustee Gray. I believe we now have 7. We have done a little outreach as well, so we may get some additional interest, but that brings us to 7 associations.
Thank you.
Okay. If you can please turn your attention to Questron and cast your vote, please. Thank you very much, and that passes unanimously. Thank you so much. Thank you much, Superintendent Bogue. Okay, we are now up to item 5.0, communication to the board. First off, we've got for action of February 15th, 2023, the Employee Health and Safety Report Policy, report number 23019. Superintendent Taha, would you like to speak to this, please?
Good evening, Madam Chair, trustees, senior team. Thank you very much. Before you for decision on February the 15th is a recommendation that the HDSB approve the employee health and safety policy, which is appended to the report, as well as its companion definitions, which also amend the policy and procedures definition list that resides in the policy and procedures framework. By way of background, the Board of Trustees in May received a draft policy that speaks to the health and safety of employees and students. This draft policy was then submitted for legal review, and the report speaks to the key recommendations that the legal review had provided, and namely to separate the policies that speak to students and staff and to have them reside in two separate documents. So that's the key revision or recommendation that this policy had been received by legal counsel. As far as for new trustees in the room, in terms of the spirit in which this policy was brought forward, as you know, the pandemic arrived in March of 2020, and throughout the pandemic, we had learned more about the health and safety of staff and students in a public health crisis, and we had also learned about the impact of the pandemic on the psychological health and safety of staff and students. So this policy further affirms the board's commitment to student health and safety and staff health and safety. Obviously, they will reside in two separate documents. The policy, as you know, is anchored in, and it's referenced in the document, in a host of pieces of legislation, namely the Occupational Health and Safety Act and the WSIB Act, the Human Rights Code, and so on and so forth. The policy, again, is a public affirmation of our commitment to not only the physical health and safety of staff and students, but also to their psychological health and safety. So this is the first submission for the board, and again, it's for decision on February the 15th, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you very much. Vice Chair Rocha.
Thank you. Through the chair to you, Superintendent Taha, when I made the motion to create an employee health and safety, a health and safety policy almost a year ago, one of my intentions was that it would perhaps include some reference to our partnership with public health. And I say this because during COVID, public health was, and all the branches of public health was a partner in helping us guide the workplace, guide our relationship with students and whatnot. So is there a place in here that we could perhaps allude to our relationship with our public health partners?
Through you, Vice Chair Rocha, to trustees, thank you for pointing that out. I do recall that discussion and that, or the intent behind this policy. We can certainly consider embedding that principle that anchors that policy, perhaps under principles. We may have to reference organizations beyond Halton Public Health, even though they are our key partner, especially during the pandemic. So that's certainly something that we can bring back to board on the 15th as an amendment.
Thank you. And thank you for creating the policy. I know it's been a long, it's been a work that's near and dear to a lot of our hearts. So thank you for the time you've spent in creating this.
My pleasure. Thank you.
Seeing no other questions, I have kind of I guess it's a funny one, Superintendent Taha. So under so the title is Employee Health and Safety, but then the final bullet under principles says this policy applies to employees, volunteers, visitors, and trustees. So I'm just wondering if the title might somehow reflect that more, I don't know, transparently, because I'm thinking, so we're not employees, but it's still, and visitors, and I'm just wondering if there's a way to encapsulate that in the title maybe as well, if it's embedded in the principles.
Through you, Madam Chair, to you, again, another great observation. Thank you for that. Obviously, the reference that this policy applies to employees, volunteers, visitors, and trustees is anchored in law, because we have an obligation not only to paid employees, but to others. Clearly, the title may suggest that it's only specific to employees. We can certainly remove the word employee, but let me think about how we can capture that.
Wonderful. Thank you so much. And again, thank you for everything that you've done on this. All right. Thank you so much, Superintendent Taha. I see no further questions. So trustees, you have a couple of weeks to have a look at this, and it will be voted on at our next board meeting, which will be on February the 15th. That brings us up to items for information for February the 1st, of which there are none, and up to now 5.3, which is notices of motion for this evening. Are there any notices of motion? Trustee Collard.
This might be the appropriate place for me to make the notice of motion to change our policy and procedure framework policy such that documents are reviewed on a 4-year cycle instead of a 3-year cycle, so that trustees will not be reviewing the same set of documents twice in the same term. I think also this helps with staff workload considerably, since we have over 100 of these documents, and a lot of time staff must put a lot of their own time and effort into reviewing them. So having them on a 4-year cycle would alleviate some of the work stress for staff. And I would like to make that motion this evening, and ask that we suspend the rules.
All right, thank you. So is there somebody who wants to second?
I will second the motion to waive the rules.
Thank you so much. So currently on the floor, so Trustee Collard is looking at, with the policy documents that are in place right now, the policy states that the bylaws for all policies will be reviewed every 3 years. And it had been recognized at a previous meeting that we had that if it's every 3 years for some boards of trustees, they will then review those policies at the beginning of their term and then again at the end of the term. So what Trustee Collard is suggesting, she's asking to waive the rules to vote on this motion tonight, so that the policy, so the policies will get reviewed every 4 years versus every 3 years, so that it would only happen once a term for a trustee. So this is just
a point of order. It's been moved by Trustee Collard
to waive the rules.
With the original motion that she's wishing to change from 4 to 3. Is there a seconder on that motion?
I will second.
Okay.
Okay, so that's the motion on the floor. Now there's a second motion. So which motion are we doing first?
The motion that's on the floor is the motion to suspend the rules. The other motion can't be on the floor until we've suspended the rules.
Yeah, so thank you, Trustee Collard. So we have a motion on the floor right now to suspend the rules so that we can deal with this motion now versus wait for 2 weeks. So the motion on the floor is to waive the rules. It has been moved by Trustee Collard, seconded by Trustee Rocha. Trustee Amos, do you have something you'd like to say? Oh, sorry, and Trustee Daniele. Sorry, Trustee Daniele.
Okay, generally we waive the rules for something that is immediate and has an immediate impact. And forgive me, but I'm not understanding the immediacy of this and why it can't be done February 15th. So I'm wondering through you, Madam Chair, if Trustee Collard would be able to explain that, because I definitely believe in her motion, and I strongly think that I would be supporting it, but I really think we should leave waiving the rules for when it absolutely needs to be done. So if she could explain the immediacy, I would appreciate that.
Thank you, Trustee Collard.
Suspending the rules can also be done for expediency for matters that have very little weight. And I do think that staff might be relieved to know 2 weeks sooner that they have an additional year in the cycle.
Follow-up?
As a follow-up, then, I'm sorry, I won't be supporting waiving the rules because I don't think it's that big a thing. I will be supporting the motion when it does come. But again, I think we get into a bad habit when we waive rules, when we don't actually need to. When it is expedient, I would definitely be behind it. I am struggling with that this evening, though. To hear about it this evening and vote about it on this evening is just, I don't see it as necessary. That's my 2 cents, though.
If I may respond, we have had this discussion at committee as a whole in the prior term. This is not the first time we've talked about moving the cycle from 3 years to 4 years. And the expediency is getting it done in one evening instead of having a report that we have to read twice and review twice and discuss twice at the table. That is the expediency. The kindness is to staff to let them know that they have an additional year in the cycle. And I think, given the stress that staff have been under for the last 3 years, it would be a kindness to them to deal with this tonight because this has a big impact on their workload.
Thank you. My remarks stand. I don't believe 2 weeks will make that large a difference to staff when we're talking about years.
Thank you, Trustee Amos.
I was going to bring up the same concerns as Trustee Daniele. I have a concern with waiving the rules tonight because, for one thing, I have not seen this item in print, and it was already discussed earlier today about seeing motions in print before they get passed. And also, I don't believe that 2 weeks is going to make a difference, and to have it in a board package in writing, I believe, is actually to a benefit. And the fact that it's here as a notice of motion means staff are aware that we are going to be changing it. It's not going to make that much difference for 2 weeks.
Thank you very much. With no further speakers, we are now voting whether or not to waive the rules. Okay, please cast your votes. Trustee Diodati? I can't read.
I do not support waiving the rules.
Thank you. So I need some glasses. I know, but I need to read the names. Okay. The motion passes. In support, we have Trustee Ahmed, Trustee Zhang, Trustee Collard, Trustee Baxter, and Trustee Oliver. And Trustee Rocha. I'm sorry. And against, we have Trustee Amos, Trustee Daniele, Trustee Gray, and Trustee Shuttleworth.
And Trustee Diodati.
Oh, and Trustee Diodati. 6 to 5.
It's a 2/3 majority for.
Oh, it's a 2/3 majority to waive the rule, so that motion does not pass. So, Trustee Collard, you'll bring the motion back in 2 weeks' time, and we will vote on it then. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you.
Are there any further notices of motion? Seeing none, that brings us up to item 5.4, the Director's Report. Director Ennis, I'll pass it over to you.
Thank you so much, Chair Shuttleworth, and good evening once again, trustees. It's my pleasure to bring the Director's Report to you this evening. I continue to be inspired by the commitments to our multi-year plan that I observe on my visits to schools each week. Thanks to our senior team, our leaders, and school administrators who continue to do phenomenal work to center and align all that we do to forward the MYP. Students are unequivocal wherever I go that we have created spaces for them to feel included and have and they have a sense of belonging in almost all schools. I know we have work to do, and that not all students with different identities experience our schools in the same way. We have heard that very clearly, we acknowledge that very humbly, and we're working on a better path forward collaboratively. During the month of January, I had the opportunity to visit another 5 of our amazing schools and was thoroughly impressed with the commitment to student learning and achievement and equity and inclusion, in addition to our other commitments. To date, I have visited 97 schools, and I've yet to visit a school where I didn't see amazing things happening. On January 17th, as just one example, I had the pleasure of visiting Aldershot's Winter Expo. The building was teeming with excited students showing their brilliance, their ingenuity, and creativity to solve problems both big and small. I met parents in the hallway who stopped me and commended us for the fantastic job we're doing as a board to engage learners within the Halton District School Board. Events like these happen all across our district on a fairly regular basis and exemplifies the work we're doing. Congrats to the administrators and staff in our building for making this a reality for our students and families. The Halton District School Board hosted additional mental health and well-being information sessions for parents on topics based on feedback from parents. Since December, the sessions included anxiety and depression in youth aged 11 to 17, helpful strategies, building executive function skills in teenagers, how can parents help, supporting gender diverse students, and mental health, well-being, and autism spectrum disorder. More than 500 parents and guardians participated. Additional sessions will be provided later this school year. We want to thank the mental health team for the great work that they do each and every day and continue to support our students and our families. They're just doing an amazing job. Over the past week, we had more than 300 Halton District School Board students with special needs participate in the Multi-Sport Festival Day at the Milton Velodrome. The event was organized by Special Olympics Ontario in partnership with our Special Education Services Department. Our students enjoyed all kinds of activities such as bowling and basketball to showcase their amazing skills. We're very proud that our students had this opportunity to display their ability. Congratulations to all. I'm going to ask Superintendent Nagoy if she would speak to the cameras on the buses.
Thank you. The pilot project for the interior-facing cameras was completed in November of 2022, and it was done in conjunction with the Information Privacy Commission of Ontario in order to ensure that the personal information is collected securely and there's limited access. School buses will turn on the interior cameras starting next week. We have approximately 70% of our buses that have been equipped with interior-facing cameras. And we're going to be working gradually to install cameras on the remaining fleet. There has been already communication to the families, the school community, and school administrators. That went out last week. And the buses are an extension of the school environment, and the cameras are intended to provide the supervision when the driver is driving and student safety as well.
Thank you. And that concludes my report for this evening.
Thank you so much, Director Ennis. I think we will take a quick break right now. So if we take, Trustee Gray.
Yeah, I agree to have the break, but if I could just follow up on the director's report really briefly. My first question is for Superintendent Nagoy. Often when you enter a school, and of course we have cameras in all of our schools, I think there's often a sign that says this premises is under surveillance, or there's some kind of notice to everyone that you could be, caught on camera, so to speak. Do we have the same kind of signage going into our buses? I know that parents have been made aware, but would there be a similar signage on the door as students enter that bus?
Yes, absolutely. And that's why during the following week, the buses will turn them on as they're ready to have all the signage on the buses that do have a camera.
Thank you. May I have one more comment? I'd just like to comment on the Multi-Sports Festival Day. Several of the people in this room, including Chair Shuttleworth, were in attendance today at that event. And I wanted to give props to the student leaders at Irma Coulson, of which there were about 35 there today. And I had the opportunity to speak to the teacher in charge. And her name is Kula, and I'm sorry not to have captured her last name. However, an interesting thing came out of our conversation, and that was that Kula was actually a student teacher at Irma Coulson about 5 years ago and taught the students in her placement who were in grade 3. It's those same students now, 5 years later, that she brought along with her to be student leaders at the sports festival. And I thought it was just a nice carry through for a teacher who's in her first year at Irma Coulson to have that experience, to reconnect with those students that she had such an impact on as a student teacher, or a teacher learning to be a student, or student teacher, I guess you call, way back 5 years ago. And so congratulations to everyone involved in that day, and especially to those student leaders from Irma Coulson. Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Gray. Seeing no further questions, we're just going to take a 5-minute recess. So we'll come back at 5 to 9. Thank you, everyone. Much, Director Ennis, for your report this evening. That brings us up to communication from the chair. So we received a letter back from the Director of the Indigenous Education and Wellbeing Division and Inclusive Education Priorities and Engagement Branches from the Ministry of Education. Her name is Suzanne Gordon, and if you recall back in September, over the summer, the previous vice chair and I went on a Encounter World Religion course and were highlighted to the fact of the Ed Act and some of the maybe non-inclusive language that was written in one of the sections. And we wrote a letter to the minister to ask for them to consider redrafting it. And we received a letter back from that, which is attached to the report this evening. I hope you all have a chance to read it. The letter that was sent was co-authored by both myself and Director Ennis. And so it was really great because we don't receive a lot of answers from the ministry, and we did today. Or we did in this case. So that was great. Thank you very much. Committee reports. Do we have any committee reports for this evening? Trustee Collard.
Yes, the Governance Document Review Standing Committee will be having a meeting tomorrow afternoon, and the agenda is posted on our website.
Thank you very much. Trustee Baxter.
Good evening. I'm just reporting on SEAC, the Special Education Advisory Committee. We had our first meeting this week, which is the first time that all of the members are getting together for this term, which is very exciting for all of us, I think. We had a orientation session for this first meeting. It was led by Superintendent Bogue and Sean Marks, the assistant principal for special education. It was an excellent introduction to everyone on the committee, as well as a great introduction to what SEAC does. So we're really looking forward to a very productive term.
Thank you. And I know your first official meeting is next Tuesday, and I'm pretty sure Director Ennis and I are both going to pop in to say hello. Thank you very much. Trustee Daniele.
Thank you very much. Just to let you know that the Trustee Professional Development Committee had its first meeting on Monday. As you're aware, a survey was sent out last week. Thank you for all those who did fill out the survey. Much appreciated. We did have 10 of the 11 trustees. So that was just very broad strokes, giving ideas. What we're going to do is take that data and the top 3 or 4. We're going to send out another survey asking you to prioritize. Now that you've chosen which ones you liked, prioritize the order in which you'd like to them to come in. So look for that, please.
Thank you very much, Trustee Daniele. Trustee Amos.
Thank you. I was recently at the Human Rights and Equity Advisory Committee meeting, and the committee did a dive into the Student Voices report, which we've seen previously at the board, and a lot of really good discussion around the actions that are being taken and about implementing ideas and providing feedback. And there'll be another meeting in February. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Trustee Gray.
Yes, on behalf of Trustee Ahmed and myself from the Inspire Awards Committee, we have another round of evaluations coming up. And we recognize that some trustees may wish to have some training to help us with those evaluations. So we will be reaching out to trustees to see if we can get a common time. Perhaps it's a little bit earlier than the Committee of the Whole next week or something like that. But we will be reaching out. And also Trustee Ahmed and myself, we will be meeting to formulate some plans to rejig the Inspire Awards because we're so excited. We have so many more nominations coming in that we're going to have to be looking at how we will be able to accommodate all of this great news here at the table, but also be mindful of the time that we spend doing so. So more information to follow as we progress. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Seeing no other names on the speakers list, I will assume that's the end of our committee report. So thank you very much, one and all. That now brings us up to item 5.7, trustee questions and comments. Do trustees have any questions for Director Ennis this evening? Vice Chair Rocha.
Yes, through you, Chair. You were recently made aware of a memo for staff regarding the reimagination of Spirit Days. And I understand that the public has portions of the report, but not the report in its entirety. And it has raised some questions regarding a few of the ways we've asked principals to reimagine their Spirit Days. So I would like the school board to set the record straight as far as what it is we expect from our staff leading our schools, and just to quash any misunderstandings that may be out there in the public.
Thank you, Vice Chair Rocha. Through the chair and to the rest of the trustees, I'm going to ask Superintendent Petco if she would respond to this at this time.
Good evening. Thank you, Director Ennis, and through Vice Chair Rocha. I'd like to respond to that with a few thoughts and then also confirm a few things for you. So this memo, it's not a report, just to be clear, it is a system memo that goes out annually as we embark on Spirit Days or through Spirit Days. And a memo that is reviewed and updated because it is essential that this memo is relevant, that we are including feedback and input from our stakeholders. That includes our staff, whether they identify as Indigenous or not, as well as parents and community members. And to ensure that, and let me say one more thing, that this memo is meant to be a guide, suggestions around how to continue to take that learning stance. And of course, the posture of practice in equity work in any realm and in any setting is to take one of learning and understanding. And so we receive feedback through the year. Our Indigenous team receives feedback and input. We also know that, and I mentioned this in my email message to trustees, we also know that the work of equity, inclusion, and Indigenous rights and education is one that's a journey, and it's differentiated for all who do this work, whether they're administrators or staff in classrooms or other spaces in schools. That journey and learning, we know, is not the same, and staff are not at the same level. And so when we receive feedback and we understand that the work has to be deep, learning has to be broad around, and I'll be specific, treaties, colonization, residential schools, understanding our histories as it relates to not just historically, but also in our present times, and what does that look like in terms of our commitments to truth and reconciliation. That learning is a journey, and it needs to be scaffolded. And as a department, we see that in our memo this year, we needed to include, and I know the point of question was Red and White Day, and that stirred up a lot of emotion. You know, I want to say I understand that, but please understand that this memo was meant as guidance for administrators to deeply reflect, to have dialogues themselves, amongst themselves and with the staff, to ensure that inclusionary frameworks are used when evaluating actions and events that have been traditionally done. Questions like, are we having a Spirit Day because we've always had it? Have we considered how we can be inclusive? And if I may, I'm just going to sidetrack a little bit and share with you what true inclusion is. It is not asking those who are marginalized and who have traditionally had diminished voices to enter an existing space in our schools. It is about And that's why we use reimagine. It is about identifying and interrogating the spaces and ensure that we create new ones so that it is really, truly, and genuinely inclusive. So, for example, if we were to reimagine Red and White Day, and let me be very clear and on record, there is nowhere in this memo, nor does the Halton District School Board believe believe that this should be about patriotism or anti-nationalism or about the flag. What we're asking is that we create new spaces. And so I go back to the example, reimagine new spaces. Red and White Day, could it be reimagined to also consider that there may be students in our spaces identifying as Indigenous or who are allies or who have family members that may identify as Indigenous, adopted or biological, who may feel that Red and White Day may be harmful, and I use the word may. And so can we consider making that space more inclusive and having the option to wear orange? And it's a very metaphorically symbolic gesture, but that gesture in itself sparks conversations around how Halton District School Board believes in true inclusion and that it supports our multi-year plan around Indigenous perspective and awareness. We have to demonstrate with action the words that we are speaking. And so as the Superintendent of Human Rights, Equity and Inclusion, Indigenous Rights and Education, I have a duty to ensure that I am responsive to the input of our stakeholders, but also ensure that scaffolding of learning for our staff who are embarking on these journeys and ensuring that spaces are truly inclusive. My duty then is to ensure that we remind staff, and it was a reminder to engage in that dialogue around it. And in the end, if you do Red and White Day, absolutely fine. But has there been learning surrounding this to ensure that if red and white symbolizes Canada, and again, let's not assume that red and white automatically means the flag. Unfortunately, we cannot control how the public or any individual isolates, extrapolates, and then infers this message. I can't control that, but I will continue to ask those who are doing this work to engage in these deep conversations so that we can be inclusive. I've heard time and again from some members of the senior staff, this is not about either or, and I agree. This is about all. It's and with. I'm a true Canadian myself. I'm proud to be Canadian. I wear red and white, but it's about then and. Let's talk about Indigenous realities. Let's talk about histories that are ones that are traumatic for those in our school community and wider community. Let's include that perspective is all we are asking. The other point I wanted to make is that how wonderful is it, though, that we have Indigenous families now who are speaking up through our Indigenous department. And I see that as a data point that shows the work we're doing means that families and those staff who identify or who are allies are finally feeling somewhat safe to say, hey, I've been excluded from this Spirit Day. My voice hasn't been heard. So I am doing my job in being responsive to that voice. And again, it is not about either or. It's with and. And so that's what I wanted to end with. And it's wonderful. It's good news. And as a department, we navigate through this sensitively, diligently, urgently, we've talked about. But I think that's what we stand for in terms of why we're doing this work together as Board of Trustees, as staff members. I mean, we're committed to the MYP And we've heard time and again that equity inclusion is important. So I've put some of these points in an email, so you have it as trustees. If you need to respond, please don't feel that you need to respond either. If you'd like to throw those messages my way or through to communications, because I know Manager Francie is also very aware of what our message is. I'm happy to support in that communication. I'll end there. And are there any other questions?
I really appreciate that answer, that fulsome answer, because that's a lot of the information we want the public to hear. So thank you very much.
My pleasure.
And yes, thank you again further to Trustee Rocha's conversation. And I think it's important, as you said, it's all about learning and dialogue. And I think that's something that maybe was missing from this, because I think you put this out. And again, as you said, it was a memo, an internal memo, but it didn't stay that way. So in that, because there was no dialogue before, there was that confusion. And I think it's really important that we have that dialogue and that we are clear with our intentions. Your explanation tonight makes perfect sense. But for a lay person who was to read this document, they wouldn't see it that way. And I think it's really important that we have those conversations to support the community, allow them to see where we are, and let them recognize it's not saying you can't wear red and white to support our teams. You can't. But again, I think that is a knee-jerk reaction to this. And as I spoke with you on the phone earlier, I think it's something that needs to be discussed fully. You said you're going to speak to it at the Family of Schools and really allow staff and everybody to feel comfortable and understand why you've moved forward with the way you have. Are there any further questions from trustees? All right. Seeing none, that brings us up to public questions and comments. So during the pandemic, the trustees made a commitment to ensure that there was a button on the live stream page with a link to allow questions from the public for the board. Questions may be answered during our meeting, particularly those related to the agenda items that were on tonight's agenda. They also may be answered at the following meeting at the discretion of myself and the vice chair. For efficiency, if there are multiple questions received that are similar, they'd be grouped together and questions will not be attributed to the names being asked from. When necessary, a notation will be made that multiple questions were asked, and any questions that contain language that is hateful or discriminatory will not be considered. Vice Chair Rocha, are there any questions from this evening?
There are no questions from the public this evening.
Thank you very much. So again, for the public out there, don't forget there's several ways that you can be heard by your Board of Trustees. First and foremost, get in touch with your local trustee. They will be able to help you navigate the system and find where you can best find your answer. Secondly, you can also delegate the board. And lastly, there is the question portion on the end of our meetings. And the link to that can be found on the HDSB website. So that brings us up to item 7.0, adjournment. So thank you so much everyone for engaging in this evening. I know, but for this right now, I'm just going to call this to an end. So I know that tomorrow is February the 2nd, which is Groundhog Day. And for all of you Canadians out there, you're watching for what Wyerton Willie is going to say tomorrow. So with the new sort of emphasis on vetting in Canada that seems to be infiltrating our media, there is a hedged bet that we are going to have an early spring prediction. So I am hoping that that is truly the case. And with that, I thank our guests for coming this evening. And I would like to ask if I can have a motion to move back into private session. Trustee Amos, seconded by Vice Chair Rocha. Any discussion or debate? Seeing none, by unanimous consent, we will move back into private session. Thank you, everybody, for coming. Have a great evening. All right. Thank you very much, Kevin. We are now back in public session as our agenda is fully exhausted, as are all of us. I call this meeting adjourned.